Hello, this is David Ephraim Larkin. I'm here to continue my game of Skyrim. Today is July 11th, 2026, Saturday. I'll be playing today until 2 p.m. I'm outside the cave right now. This is a side quest of mine, Ember Shard mine. I'm going to walk in and see what's there. There's going to be some random monsters and treasure. So I'll just give it the usual ransacking and sorting out. When I emerge, tired, but a good kind of tired, I'm going to press on. Down the south here is Helgen, and to the east of Helgen, I hear is a herd of wild horses. So I'm going to look for, I believe, the chestnut horse, somewhere in the midst of this herd, who will be a candidate to take the place of my red horse, recently captured in the outskirts of Whiterun. And once I finish that important task, I'll move to the northeast. I look for Nettlebane here in Orphan Rock, and further east in a bit to the south, there's some business in this place. I'll be looking for Shaldor's writings and the dog Barbas, who should be lurking around the shrine of Clavicus Vile, seeking reconciliation with his Daedric master. So I'll try to resolve that one way or another before I count myself acquitted of the duties of this region. At that point, I will wander back to the west and north to Whiterun, and I'll try to settle some business here, probably storing some stuff and selling some stuff. And then I'm going to move on to the north. I'll take these arrows here, kind of sweep, and then east, and then south. I'm trying to clean out the long lingering business of this region, which has been without my attention and calling out for it for quite a while now. And I'll culminate here in Riften, wrapping this stuff up, and the things to the south here, Crystal Drift Cave. And then I'll just take stock at that point. So that's going to be my trend. I'll begin, of course, with a reading. I happen to have prepared, read not once, but twice, in the time immediately preceding the present, the biography of the Wolf Queen, which will now commence, by Qatar Erifanes. Few historic figures are viewed as unambiguously evil, but Fatima, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, surely qualifies for that dishonor. Born to the imperial family in the 67th year of the Third Era, Fatima was immediately presented to her grandfather, the Emperor Uriel II, a famously kind-hearted man. He viewed the solemn, intense babe and whispered, "She looks like a she-wolf, about ready to pounce." Fatima's childhood in the imperial city was certainly difficult from the start. Her father, Prince Pelagius Septim, and her mother, Khazar, showed little affection for their brood. Her eldest brother, Antiochus, 16 at Fatima's birth, was already a drunkard and a womanizer, infamous in the empire. Her younger brothers, Capharos and Midas, were born much later, so for years she was the only child in the imperial court. And by the age of 14, Fatima was a famous beauty, with many suitors. But she was married to cement relations with King Mantiarco of the Nordic kingdom of Solitude. She entered the court, it was said, as a pawn, but she quickly became a queen. The elderly King Mantiarco loved her and allowed her all the power she wished, which was total. When Uriel II died the following year, her father was made emperor, and he faced a greatly defeated treasury, thanks to his father's poor management. Pelagius II dismissed the elder council and forced them to buy back their positions. In the Third Era, 97, after many miscarriages, the Queen of Solitude gave birth to a son, who she named Uriel after her grandfather. Mantiarco quickly made Uriel his heir, but the Queen had much larger ambitions for her child. 2 years later, Pelagius II died, many say poisoned by a vengeful former council member, and his son, Patima's brother Antiochus, took the throne. At age 48, it can be said that Antiochus' wild seed had yet to be sown, and the history books are nearly pornographic in their depictions of life at the imperial court during the years of his reign. Fatima, whose passion was for power, not fornication, was scandalized every time she visited the imperial city. Antiochus, king of Solitude, died the springtide after Pelagius II. Uriel ascended to the throne, ruling jointly with his mother. Doubtless Uriel had the right and would have preferred to rule alone, but Fatima convinced him that his position was only temporary. He would have the empire, not merely the kingdom, in Castle Solitude. She entertained dozens of diplomats from other kingdoms of Skyrim, sighing seas of discontent. A guest list over the years expanded to include kings and queens of High Rock, and Morrowind as well. For 13 years, Antiochus ruled Tamriel and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. Several historians point to proof that Fatima cast the spell that ended her brother's life. The evidence, one way or another, is lost in the sands of time. In any event, both she and her son Uriel were visiting the imperial court in the third era 112 when Antiochus died, and immediately challenged the rule of his daughter and heir, Kintyria. Fatima's speech to the elder council is perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. My most august and wise friends, members of the elder council, I am but a provincial queen, and can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered. She continued on to praise the late emperor, who was a popular ruler in spite of his flaws. He was a true septim and a great warrior, destroying, with your counsel, the near invisible armada of Piandanea. Little time was wasted before she came to her point. The Empress Magna unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirit. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. As she attended her duties in the imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the emperor, not the half-wet milksop bastard who calls himself the emperor's children. The girl called Kintyria is popularly believed to be the daughter of Magna and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Magna and the boy cleans the sister. We can never know for certain. Not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son Uriel, the last of the Septim dynasty. Despite Fatima's eloquence, the elder council allowed Kintyria to assume the throne as the Empress Kintyria II. Fatima and Uriel angrily returned to Skyrim and began assembling the rebellion. Details of the War of the Red Diamond are included in other histories. We need not recount the Empress Kintyria II's capture and eventual execution in High Rock in the year of the Third Era, 114, nor the ascension of Fatima's son Uriel III 7 years later. Her surviving brother Ephraim and Magnus fought the Emperor and his mother for years, tearing the empire apart in a civil war. When Uriel III fought his uncle Kephrus in Hammerfell in the Battle of Ikedag in the Third Era, 127, Fatima was fighting her other brother, Uriel's uncle Magnus, in Skyrim at the Battle of Falconstar. She received word of her son's defeat and capture just as she was preparing to mount an attack on Magnus's weakest flank. The 61-year-old Wolf Queen flew into raid and led the assault herself. It was a success as Magnus and his army fled. In the midst of the victory celebration, Fatima heard the news that her son, the Emperor, had been killed by an angry mob before he had even made it for trial in the imperial city. He had been burned to death within his carriage. When Kephrus was proclaimed emperor, Fatima's fury was terrible to behold. She summoned Daedra to fight her, had her necromancers resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of the Emperor Kephrus I. Her ally began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companion were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting council chambermaids and holding war plans with imperial generals terrified her subjects. Fatima died after a month-long siege on her castle in the year of the Third Era, 137, at the age of 90. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II. a wife of King Mantiarcha, aunt of the Empress Kinhira, the second mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Capharos. 3 years after her death, Antiochus died, and his illegitimate brother Magnus took the throne. Her death has hardly diminished her notoriety, though there's little direct evidence of this. Some theologians maintain that her spirit was so strong she became a danger after her death, inspiring mortals to mad ambition and treason. It is also said that her mind so infused Castle Solitude that it infected the next king to rule there. Ironically, that was her 18-year-old nephew, Pelagius, the son of Magnus. Whatever the truth of the legend, it is undeniable that when Pelagius left Solitude in the Third Era, 145, to assume the title of the Emperor Pelagius III, and quickly became known as Pelagius the Mad, it is even widely remembered that he murdered his father, Magnus. The Wolf Queen must surely have had the last laugh. Alright, it happens to be the only book in our possession right now, since we recently unloaded everything at our library in Breeze Home in Whiterun. Even the animals don't have anything. So we're just going to press on straight into the dungeon. The side quest dungeon. This is coffee, by the way, from breakfast. Common coffee with half and half. A week old at this point. Very good. Brine soaked. Alright, ready to begin. We're going to sort out the no doubt tormented affairs of this Mon, Embershard Mon, with the balm of death and plunder.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Someone will wander in here. Exactly hidden. Again, I told you, we have someone standing guard out there. Don't forget the rock trap we rigged up. Is someone there?
They have me working down here for days now. It's not the time that's getting to me, though. It's these tunnels. I told them countless times now to add extra supports to the weak sections of tunnel. I've only had more of these wooden beams that reinforced with bronze bottoms. Honestly, if I hear the earth shift one more time above my head, I'll be so stressed I may stop drinking for good. I mean, what's the Nord without his mead? Well, I guess he did stop drinking for good. Stop doing everything for good. Kind of the bomb of death solution. We administer plenty of that ourselves. We'll see what we have here. Technically, this is something like reversal of trial by punishment. Someone is proven guilty by suffering an attack, and the only way to reverse the verdict is wipe out the entire establishment, even all civilization. These guys are bandits, so someone abused someone. The only way to reverse the implicit guilty verdict against this person is to wipe out their entire establishment and just destroy all of them. Across the entire land. Total mayhem. Just endless death, no other justice, even for the tiniest thing.
Is someone there?
My critical strikes are extremely effective.
anything quite like that.
Another interpretation is this. These guys were somehow attacked first, and we are now the Empire, cleaning them up. Absolutely. Some took a token attack, which proves they're guilty, meaning we now get to kill them as enforcers of the fixed structure. They can never appeal the guilty sentence. So it could be the Empire or the Rebellion. The Empire doesn't kill everybody, but it kills a lot of people. The Rebellion kills everybody, but there might be justice at the end of it, a better new order. So, invest a little in keeping the status quo, or a lot maybe changing it for the better, depending on which side we take. As it happens, my character signed up for the Empire, so technically these guys have all taken some kind of attack. Maybe they've had to work overly long hours without pay in a mine like this. I mean, they're not all sentenced to death, and I'm just carrying it out. They're guilty because they work too hard. They're not getting paid enough, all of them. So I kill all of them. And then make up some reason. They're bandits. I just make it up. I just make it up. Yeah, I seem to have cleared out Ember Shard Mon. I'll take a look outside, but I really need to get back to my horse at the other exit. And I'll be here. Well, I'll go there overland. Okay. And now we're going after this wild horse to the east of Helgen. Let me confirm that. That would be the Chestnut, east of Helgen, not far from the roadside. So try to converge in this area here. This one. I'll just drop in Helgen. Actually, I don't think I will. Into the road here. The east of Helgen, not far from the road. The chestnut horse is somewhere lurking around. So, I'm gonna park my own horse here. A current horse. They might be territorial or something. I'm gonna keep an eye out for these guys. It could be, I don't know where. Like a deer. They probably do this during the day. No, wait, it's the damn horse. Okay. Actually, I got him. Now the proud owner of the chestnut horse. Taken to a stable. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be one here. The closest one seems to be in Whiterun, which is quite far off. It is facing Riverwood. We need to go north to get to the stable. I guess east would be a good temporary direction. Guy seems to have a lot of stamina. Maintain a gallop for quite a while.
Someone do something. Huh? Thought I heard something.
I'm gonna take the chestnut. Get the red is going to go back to its point of origin. That would be west of Whiterun. I'm just gonna wait here for the stable master.
Got the fleetest steeds in all of Skyrim.
I'd like to register and rename my horse.
Of course. Man like you needs a war horse, I reckon.
I'd like to change my horse's saddle.
Of course.
I'll take the white saddle. Actually, I don't like that much.
Only thing better than riding a swift horse is riding a swift horse over the enemy. Of course.
I'll just take a standard saddle. This creature is called Heimdall. Now we're ready for our next move. I think I'll change my objective. I'm gonna go straight north and I'll go straight north now and let those other quests wait. First I'll go here. I'll take Torig's Warhorn to the Shrine of Talos. That's to the northeast. Seems I need to rest. I'm gonna stop at Breeze Home.
Wait, I know you. As if Skyrim didn't have enough outsiders. Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll.
We'll set up bright and early tomorrow morning. We gallop off upon Heimdall. Our goal is to go northeast and drop off the Horn of Toreg at the Shrine of Talos at the behest of Queen Elsis the Fair. Of Solitude, I believe. The home of the Bard College. Our next wild horse, we might think of that. The next one would be to the west of Whiterun. No way, there's one here. To the east, around Riften, I would say. Around here, maybe. We are scheduled to go up there. East of Windhelm, north of Hollyfrost Farm. I think it's the Pale Mare. I think this is actually Windhelm, so this mare would be around here. Stable there, conveniently enough. So we should look for the Pale Mare around here when we get there. Actually, we've gone past our objective. Now we need to go southeast. Northeast. This would be at the Shrine of Talos. The Warhorde has to go here. The Warhorde of Torrig. Now I need to go back and talk to Elisif to resolve that. I'll postpone that. Objective now is to find the word of power in SharePoint. I think there might be a dragon here. That's like frost. Horse is safely there.
Sleep comes for us all. Eternal slumber.
That was mysterious. I guess I actually killed it. I saw a spirit flying off. I don't know what that means. They're going to go up and see what we can find here.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
So I'm not caring too much. For this, I think I need the necklace of fire abatement. The fire blast exceedingly intense. And I'll take a potion. Resist fire. I wish the torch were a little less valiant. My horse delivered the final blow. That's not at all bad.
Still here. How can I serve you, my thing?
The mask, unfortunately, takes the place of my circlet. This mask offers a 20% improvement of alchemy, which is improvement on my circlet of mage alchemy, which only gives you 17%. So I'm going to give this to Lydia. I keep the mouse to replace the lock-picking I'll keep the mouse to replace the the alchemy circlet. The alchemy circlet. And I keep bolstering for dealing in town. Curses would be for alchemy and lockpicking, though for archery I'm still going to wear the circlet of extreme archery. Alright.
You lead, I'll follow.
Throw voice. That might be useful. Alright, I know I got a little attacked. Let's heal him up. So for alchemy and lockpicking, I wear this new mask, Croesus. For archery, I continue to use the circlet of archery I've got now. Now I'm going to go northwest to meet Legate Ricca. Some sort of business here. Alright, this is a scene here of my business. Legate Ricca is to the northwest. Here, maybe. We'll see what's happening here.
What's the situation?
Stormcloaks were already camped out around the entrance when we got here. They don't know we're here yet, though.
Well, that's something at least. Looks like the damned rebels got here first. No matter. We have the element of surprise. Prepare to move out.
I'm ready, ma'am.
Follow me. Listen up, Legionnaires. Those Stormcloaks are here for the same reason we are. Ulfric, the Pretender, wants that crown, but we're not going to let him have it. I realize some of you may know men on the other side, but remember this. They are the enemy now, and will not hesitate to end your lives either. General Tullius is counting on us to bring back the Jagged Crown, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's show these rebels what real soldiers look like.
Okay, we're going in here to retrieve the Jagged Crown on behalf of the Empire. Gives propaganda victory over the Stormcloaks. Felled by not arrow. I'm taking a little hot food, but it's getting excessively cold. Except I don't have any, so never mind.
Stormcloaks were already camped out around the entrance when we got here. They don't know we're here yet, though.
Well, that's something at least. Looks like the damned rebels got here first. No matter. We have the element of surprise. Prepare to move out.
I'm ready, ma'am.
Follow me. Listen up, Legionnaires. Those Stormcloaks are here for the same reason we are. Ulfric, the Pretender, wants that crown, but we're not going to let him have it. I realize some of you may know men on the other side, but remember this. They are the enemy now, and will not hesitate to end your lives either. General Tullius is counting on us to bring back the Jagged Crown, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's show these rebels what real soldiers look like.
Does someone
done. They never knew what hit them. But don't underestimate the Stormcloaks. Many are Legion veterans. They may be traitors, but they know how to fight. We had the advantage of surprise this time, but don't expect it to last. Let's move out. Everybody ready? We charge on my signal. Time to show what you're really made of. For the Empire! You two, stay and guard the entrance. We don't want any Stormcloak reinforcements taking us by surprise. Everyone else, with me. For the Emperor!
Die, rebel! I'll have your head! Got the best you can do. Good enough, I've suffered worse during training. Pay for that?
They accidentally shot an Imperial soldier. Guess we're going to go on anyway.
I don't like the look of this. Perfect for an ambush. 10 to 1, they're just waiting for us on the other side. I'd rather take a moment and look around than walk blindly into an ambush. Auxiliary, see if you can find another way through. We'll charge in to help as soon as we hear fighting.
The north is called an ambush, a likely ambush. We need to find another way through. Looks like maybe if we got up there, there could be something. Maybe here. This might be it.
Maybe you can find a way through somewhere above us.
I'm gonna ambush these stormcloaks.
Maybe they're so scared of you they ran away. It's
A tomb guardian will distract them. They'll just start shooting. I think there are Imperials down there. I think Lydia's shooting fire arrows. They just killed an Imperial. I don't know who the hell they're fighting.
Send Ulfric my regard.
Nine holes is that? Is this what killed that stormcloak over there? Can't be. Looks like it's been dead for 100 years.
Steady now. The Legion has faced down worse than a few dusty old bone walkers. We're not leaving here until we get what we came for. Now let's keep moving. Send Ulfric my regards.
Not quite good enough, are you? Damn you! Well, you still can.
And this must be the Hall of Stories.
Oh, I've heard of this. These walls are supposed to show the history of the ancients who built this place.
Too bad we can't read these carvings. Who knows what secrets we'd uncover.
One thing at a time, soldier. Focus on our primary mission. We're searching for the crown.
The ebony claw just picked up. It gives the combination wolf, moth, dragon.
What is that? Some kind of stone claw? I wonder what it's used for. Good job. All right, everyone. Keep your guard up. Let's move out. All right, Legionnaires.
I've
Spread
got a
out
bad
and see what
feeling
we've
about
got.
this.
Auxiliary, do what you do best. See if you can find some way to get that gate open.
My guess is that we're strongly referring here to a real-life struggle. And I will be so bold as to speculate
But do you see a lever anywhere?
that that struggle is actually a war over farming. That is to say, the best fixed structure for farming, taking everything into account, including efficiency and justice and so
Do you
forth.
see a lever anywhere?
And the empire is actually England, which is considered to have the best idea. But the runner-up is actually China, represented by these Nords. These genius blacksmith Nords, I think, are actually Chinese. Chinese model is considered strong, and if there's going to be a successful rebellion, it's most likely to come from them.
This may sound obvious, but do you see a lever anywhere?
The Chinese farming model, very strong in manufactured goods, and I think that's especially effective to say in the American West, a point of critical contention, California, at this exact moment.
How's it going? You find anything yet?
It also, I think, a strong reference to a possible immortal community, which might have new ideas, led by this dragonborn, that is to say, my own self. I'm looking for a lever. There are really three players here: England, China, and the Immortals.
Keep looking. There's got to be some way to get that gate open.
The field is, in fact, farming, agriculture, implied by the heavy loss of life characteristic of the English period. I'm going to look in here. Maybe it's in here.
Find anything yet? Keep looking. There's got to be some way to get that gate open.
Here's something.
All right, let's move, men. We've got more. Steady, Legionnaires. We've been through worse. Keep your guard up.
These fire arrows are coming from Lydia. Quite a powerful archer. These blonde people obviously have a Californian connection, the Stormcloaks. I think they frequently stand for the Chinese.
Crown should be around here somewhere. Spread out and keep your eyes open.
Time to end your foolish charade.
Here's the jagged crown. It's delivered out of General Tullius. Worth 5,000 gold. I've got all of the slow time. I got all the slow time shout now, at least these syllables. Though I have to spend Dragon Souls to actually activate them. Alright, I'm gonna try to wrap this up. These guys probably want a little conversation.
Take that crown back to Solitude, soldier.
kind of ran through this dungeon. There's stuff I didn't take, but I guess I'll just leave it. Guess I'm just gonna leave. Okay. Guess I'm going to go north now and obtain the ancestral sword. Thing's called Silverdrift Lair. Whether it's friendly or hostile, I can't say. I'm gonna try the old hail fellow well met, see what happens.
Use your smarts. Picked a bad time to get lost.
Guess that doesn't work. Exit. Alright, we move in. This time we are not accompanied, and we're going to choose our own pace. We're going to try to stop and look carefully at everything and pick everything up. Everything valuable. I think Lydia triggered that trap. I have a tendency to float over those triggers which she did not share. That turned out to be trout. Alright. Something around here opens that gate. Like it looks like the ancestral sword is in here. We're not done fighting though.
The endless sleep comes for us.
I'm right behind you. I am at your command.
Actually, she's using a staff of fireballs, not fire arrows.
Lead on. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Wearing this, and she's wearing the Orcish helmet of Major Magica instead of the Nordic carved helmet. That's 22 versus 22. I got to let her keep it.
Lead on.
Just a stylistic change since she doesn't cast spells. And the minor magic therefore does not lend a helpful power. It's going to be difficult lockpicking, so I'm going to wear Croesus and this necklace. That is the ancestral sword we came to seek. Okay. We're just gonna get out of this dungeon now. Oh, I think there's some kind of letter. The sword of Clan Iceblade. To my descendants, the ancestral sword of Clan Iceblade has an enchantment that dulls the blade for anyone save those descended from our bloodline. It serves as definitive proof of one's ancestry above all other claims. Sigled Iceblade. No one can use it except the true heir. We no doubt find this power comes with some sort of cost. Some sort of duty, perhaps.
I've got your back. How can I serve you, my Thane? Let's get going then.
I don't know how to get through there. I don't know if there is a way through. These are mysteries in this dungeon I'm not getting at. We have what we came for. So I think I'm just gonna leave. Well, maybe this goes somewhere. I'll have a look. Barred from the other side. I'm just gonna leave. Maybe some other quest sends me out here. Here we have the ancestral sword. Now we're going to go to Dawn Star. First west, then north. I'm gonna head straight east. No, I'm gonna go north first. There's something here I'm gonna check out. The Shrine of Debella. There's no ordinary shrine. Gonna apply some badly needed warming up.
I envy you travelers. Dreams aren't affecting anyone not from here.
Where'd you learn to play?
My mother taught me. She was a bard from the college in Solitude. I hear they accept most people who apply, if you're ever interested.
You work here all day?
Yes. Ever since my mother died a few winters ago. I play songs and help with the drinks when I have the time.
Can I make a request?
Sure. What can I do for you?
Can you sing Ragnar the Red?
Ah, a fine but bloody tale. I can do that one. This is a local favorite, and one of the first songs I ever learned. Ragnar the Red. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead. And the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade as he told of bold battles and gold he had made. But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed." And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
Yes?
Need a room? Don't worry. Nightmares don't seem to happen for travelers.
What have you got for sale?
Sate that appetite, huh?
I'd like to rent a room.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need. Need a room? Don't worry. Nightmares don't seem to happen for travelers.
Heard any rumors lately?
Everyone in town knows about the Black Door, and to never go near it. Until next time.
Yes?
So, 3 quests in town here. The first one's to the north. I'm going to bring the Void Cut Salts to Wayfinder. I'll just leave my horse here.
Drive Maytail out of business. For everything she's spend all the days I got left on the water.
Everyone thinks I'm too young to be a ship's captain, but I'm going to prove them wrong.
The fine cut voice salts.
That's the first bit of good news I've had since I set sail a year ago. Here's your cut.
All right then.
Good day, friend. Keeping well?
I could run this ship better than that boy who calls himself a captain. Maybe one day I'll do something about it.
Once Satan gets in your blood, it don't get out.
Now, additional business on the other side of this bay.
You've come to Dawnstar at a strange time, friend. Seems everyone in the town is having nightmares.
I was looking here. There's some kind of nightmare crisis around town.
Lady Mara will save us from these nightmares. You'll see. I work in the mine just like everyone else.
Move it, move it!
Where are your parents, kid?
They're dead. My pa was a sailor. Took me with him on his last trip. After he got sick, they put us off here and left without us. He died a few days later. I've tried to make do since then, but it's been hard. Real hard.
What's the hurry?
I'm running food and supplies to the miners. Don't pay much, but they let me sleep by the fire in the inn most nights.
I can adopt you if you want.
Really? Do you have a place I can live?
Yes, Henderheim.
Oh wow. Are you sure? You really wouldn't mind?
Yes, I'm sure, son.
Really? You mean it? Wow, thanks, Pa. I promise I won't be any trouble at all. Just let me get my things and say goodbye to everyone. I'll meet you at home. Thanks. Thanks again.
I'll have to drop by Henderheim and pay him a call.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee. Damn faithless Imperials.
The mortar and pestle makes potions, if you can't tell from the name. Just step up to the counter. No, I don't have anything for bad dreams, so don't ask.
I have your ring.
Thank you. Here, let an old alchemist pass on some of her secrets to you.
Have you been in Dawnstar long?
I'm the oldest woman in Dawnstar. Was here when Skald the Elder was Skald the Younger. He's a fool if you haven't met him already. Thinks Ulfric's Stormcloak is invincible and spits dragon fire. The people here look to Brina Marilis when they need things settled. Real firebrand going up. Wasn't surprised when she joined the Legion.
I'd like to make an investment in your business.
How kind. At my age, I've certainly learned how to spend wisely.
Let's see what you can do with this.
More coin means more supplies, and that means more useful bombs, potions, and remedies for everyone.
What have you got for sale?
Ah, so you're an alchemist then.
Let's see if I can buy this back from her.
Let me know if you come down with the rattlers.
I'm right behind you. How can I serve you, my thing? Let's get going then.
No, I don't have anything for bad. Take a look.
They did buy back the Ring of Pure Mixtures. They'll be useful when I'm creating potions.
And here comes my first visitor. The Museum of the Mythic Dawn is open, friend.
What was that argument about?
Never mind that. Medina is a good woman, but I have my own reasons for opening this museum, and I'm not changing my mind. I have a collection of artifacts from the group that toppled an empire. Their importance to history cannot be forgotten. Why don't you come in? You can browse the displays and we can talk. I have a job you look perfect for.
Sounds good.
Let's talk inside. Feel free to look around. Come talk to me when you're ready to discuss that job I mentioned. The tapestry's hot. Ah, yes. That scabbard. Notice the insignia? An Oblivion Gate. A key symbol of Mehrunes Dagon, the patron Daedra of the Mythic Dawn. Those robes were worn during the Mythic Dawn's secret meetings, where they plotted to bring the Daedra Mehrunes Dagon into Tamriel. Each bolt of yarn used to make the robe was colored with a dye, made from sacrificial blood. The commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes were written by the Mythic Dawn cult leader, Mankar Camoran. He promised a paradise awaited his followers when they died, that they would be reborn by Mehrunes Dagon's side. That burned paper is all that remains of the fabled Mysterium Xarxes, the blasphemous book written by Mehrunes Dagon himself. It's said that Mankar Camoran used the book to open a portal to a paradise, where all his followers would live forever. Did you have any questions about the museum? Or would you rather talk business?
So what is this Mythic Dawn called?
They were worshippers of Mehrunes Dagon, the Daedric Lord of Destruction and Change. The Mythic Dawn killed Uriel Septim VII and his heirs, triggering the events that led to the Oblivion Crisis when the Daedra invaded Tamriel. All that remains of the infamous cult, I've gathered in my museum.
Who is Mehrunes Dagon?
Ah, an excellent question. Mehrunes Dagon is the Daedric Lord of Change, Destruction, and Ambition. Dagon's Mythic Dawn cult killed the Septim Dynasty and opened the Oblivion Gates into Tamriel. They called it the Oblivion Crisis.
Why did you open this museum?
It's no secret that my family were once members of the Mythic Dawn. One of my forefathers was even chosen to assassinate Uriel Septim himself. We hid from our past for years, became tradesmen, people of coin and influence. But I realized that the Mythic Dawn's importance, our importance, to history cannot be denied. I'll see everyone in Tamriel remember that for a moment, we held the fate of the world in our hands, for good or ill.
Let's talk about this job you want done.
A little history first. After the Oblivion Crisis, a number of groups cropped up dedicated to wiping out the remnants of the Mythic Dawn. One of these groups found Mehrunes' razor, the artifact of Dagon. They split it into 3 fragments and pledged to keep them apart forever. That was almost 150 years ago, and the pieces are still being kept by the descendants of that group. And they're right here, in Skyrim.
You want me to get those fragments?
At least 2 of the owners, Gunzel and Draskua, are dangerous marauders. And the 3rd owner, Jorgen, I only know he lives in Morthal. Here are my notes about them. I'll gladly pay you for getting the pieces any way you can. No questions asked.
I want to know more about the razor.
The razor is Mehrunes Dagon's personal artifact. It has always heralded bloody change and carnage. It's held many names. Dagger of the Final Wounds, Bane of the Righteous, the Kingslayer. The Mythic Dawn worshipped Dagon as a god. Having his razor would be invaluable to my collection. Good luck finding the fragments.
I guess I'm going to go to Nightcaller Temple now, off to the east. For that purpose, I'll retrieve my horse.
Hail, summoner. Conjure me up a warm bed, would you?
think I should probably go south for this one. Meaning that way. Before we go any further, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be back at 11:40. This is just tap water. Alright, we're ready to resume. I'm going to the Nightcaller Temple now. I'm going to meet this priest here. He claims to have some knowledge of the source of the nightmares around town. I'm going to... It's bringing me to the temple to somehow investigate and maybe fix the damage. I think that priest is my friend.
Before we enter, I must warn you about the dangers that could be lurking within. Years ago, this temple was raided by an orc war party seeking revenge. They were being plagued by nightmares, just like the people of Dawnstar.
Were they successful?
No. Knowing they could never defeat the orcs, the priests of Vermina released what they called the miasma, putting everyone to sleep.
Why the dangers if they're asleep?
I'm concerned that when this place is unsealed, the miasma will dissipate and they'll awaken. Both orcs and priests alike.
What does the miasma do?
The miasma was created by the priests of Vermina for their rituals. It's a gas that places the affected in a deep sleep. Because the rituals would last for months or even years, the miasma was designed to slow down the aging process.
Is the gas dangerous?
Sadly, yes. The longer an individual is exposed to the miasma, the more the mind can become damaged. Those who've been under the effect of it for extended periods of time have been known to lose their minds entirely. In some cases, a few never awoke at all. Once we get inside, all will become clear. I hope you're not expecting a thank you. Yes, my son. What is it I can help with? Yes, my son. What is it I can help with?
Lydia cannot come here, so we're gonna do without her.
Give me just a moment, and I'll have this open. Now I can show you the source of the nightmares. Over here. Behold the skull of corruption, the source of Dawnstar's woes. We must reach the inner sanctum and destroy it. Come, there's no time to lose. priests must have activated this barrier when the miasma was released. Impossible, actually. This way. The library isn't far. Damn it! The priests must have activated this barrier when the miasma was released.
Looks difficult to breach.
Impossible, actually. I wonder. There may be a way to bypass the barrier, but I must check their library and confirm it can be done.
You seem to know an awful lot about this place.
I suppose there's no point in concealing the truth any longer. My knowledge of this temple comes from personal experience. I was a priest of Vermina.
Why keep it a secret?
When the orcs invaded the temple, I fled. I left my brothers and sisters here to die. I've spent the last few decades living in regret, seeking redemption from Mara. And by her benevolence, I will right my wrongs.
Alright, I'm ready.
I still have my key to the library. Whenever you're ready, let's move on.
How can the skull be affecting Dawnstar?
Lore holds that the skull of corruption holds a constant hunger for the memories of others. The skull has been out of touch for so long, I fear it's gained the ability to reach out on its own and try to feed. What it does with these memories is just conjecture, an argument for scholars and historians to this very day. We mustn't tarry. The skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible. It's just up here. Be careful. We're certain to find more of the awakened within. They mustn't stop us. This library used to be filled with arcane volumes. Now look at it. Almost everything's been burned. I hope the tome we need is still intact.
Never should have come here.
Pathetic!
Does someone bathe in your blood? I sense a presence.
Take care of that?
Barring any more interruptions, perhaps we can locate the information I need.
What am I looking for?
We're looking for a book of alchemical recipes called the Dream Stride. The tome bears the likeness of Vermina on the cover. It should be here somewhere. If you'll check the shelves around the balcony, I'll check around the lower level.
The Dream Stride, the mysterious alchemists of Vermina. For over 1,000 years, the priests of Vermina have been masters of the art of alchemy. The complexity and potency of their mixtures are nothing short of legendary. These alchemical treasures are so highly sought after that a single draft showing up on the black market can command sums in tens of thousands of septims. Of the numerous potions that have surfaced to date, Vermina's torpor is perhaps the most impressive. A single sip of this viscous liquid places the imbiber in a state known as the Dream Stride. In this condition, allow the subject to experience the dreams of another, as if they were actually there. The subject becomes an integral part of the dream, behaving as if they belong. To any other entities in this dream state, the subject would be mistaken for the dreamer. The subject would find his mannerisms, speech patterns, and knowledge expanded appropriately. To an observer, after the subject has imbibed the potion, they will appear to vanish. As the subject traverses distances within the dream, they will also be traversing distances in the actual world. When the torpor's effect has expired, the subject will fade back into reality in the exact location projected within the dream stride. Some dreams strive to transport their subjects a few feet, and some appear thousands of miles from their origin in a matter of minutes. It's to be noted that the dream stride is highly dangerous and presents the subject with numerous pitfalls. In certain dreams, subjects have been exposed to life-threatening scenarios such as sickness, violence, and even death. In most cases, the subject simply fades back to our world without harm. But in some instances, the subject never reappeared, and was assumed to have expired, or the subject reappeared as deceased. It's also quite possible the subject could reappear in a precarious or hazardous location in reality, even though that location appeared safe within the dream stride. Vermina torpor is as mysterious and elusive as the priest that created it. It's unknown whether this unique transport mechanism is the result of the torpor itself, or simply the odd machinations of Vermina, but the potential for using the dream stride to penetrate seemingly impossible obstacles certainly outweighs its mysterious nature.
Yes, my son. What is it I can help with?
Found it.
Let me take a look. Mara be praised. There is a way past the barrier to the inner sanctum. It involves a recipe for a liquid known as Vermina's torpor.
Is that some type of potion?
Yes. The torpor grants an ability the priests of Vermina called the Dream Stride, using dreams to travel distances in the real world.
That's amazing.
Quite amazing, yes. Alchemy and the blessings of a divine, distilled down into a ingestible liquid. Sadly, I have yet to see it function in person.
I'm going to be a test subject, then.
As a sworn priest of Mara, the elixir won't work for me. The torpor will only work for priests of Vermina, or the unaffiliated.
Do you know where we can find the torpor?
All believe there is a laboratory in the East Wing. If we proceed there, we should be able to locate a sample.
What will the dream stride feel like?
You'll be viewing the memory of another through your own eyes and with your own body. Those around you will perceive you as normal, and you will find the words you utter may not be your own. Thanks to all of these odd principles, there is quite a lot of debate as to whether this is really a dream or just the machinations of Vermina.
How will I know when to awaken?
I will watch over you as you slumber to ensure your safety. If I deduce anything is amiss, I will use my arts to bring you back. Otherwise, I am uncertain what will end your dream stride. Perhaps when Vermina's curious appetite has been filled. The laboratory adjoins the library. I'm hoping we'll find a sample of the torpor left undamaged.
That fight was kind of mysterious.
Kill them all!
Wait, we're still under attack!
Kill them all!
Lucky hit!
And wear the necklace of shock suppression to help with his lightning.
Now that they've been dealt with, we need to find the torpor.
How will I know what it looks like?
It should be in a small bottle, very similar to a potion. I'll begin searching up here. The torpor should be in a tall bottle with dark liquid. If you find it, bring it to me.
I'm going to take the occasion to do a little alchemy. For that purpose, I wear Croesus and to bring a pure mixtures.
Yes, my son. What is it I can help with?
I'm looking for the torpor. I just found the torpor. I found the torpor.
I'm relieved you discovered a bottle intact. This place looks as though it was ransacked by the orcs. So, I've taken us this far, but you need to guide us the rest of the way. Drink.
Yeah? Now?
Dawnstar's fate rests in that tiny bottle. The longer we wait, the more damage Vermina could be doing to those poor people. I understand your hesitation, but I promise you that it works. Let's continue. We still have much to do.
I'm going to drink the torpor.
The orcs have breached the inner sanctum, Brother Varyn.
We must hold. We can't allow the skull to fall into their hands.
But no more than a handful of us remain, brother.
Then we have no choice. The miasma must be released.
The miasma? But brother...
We have no alternative. It's the will of Vermina. And what about you, Brother Casimir? Are you prepared to serve the will of Vermina?
I've made my peace. I'm ready.
Then it's decided. Brother Casimir, you must activate the barrier and release the miasma. Let nothing stop you. Brother Thorin, we must remain here and guard this skull with our lives if necessary.
Agreed to the death.
Then let it be done. Farewell, my brothers.
And now release the miasma.
Give up! You can't win! No one crosses me! God damn you! was your last mistake!
Yeah, maybe.
I'll kill you.
Worked. Mara be praised. You vanished after drinking the torpor and materialized on the other side. I've never seen anything quite like it.
It served a purpose.
After what you just experienced, you are not amazed? I'm at a loss for words.
We can discuss it later. We need to proceed.
Indeed. My reverence for Vermina's machinations should not take precedence over our mission. My apologies. The inner sanctum lies ahead. We must reach the skull and put an end to Dawnstar's troubles. Lead on, my friend. Come. We must get to the skull and destroy it.
Dawnstar!
thanks to you, Casimir. I no longer use that name. I'm Miranda, priest of Mara. You're a traitor. You left us to die and then ran before the miasma took you. No, I was scared. I wasn't ready to sleep. Enough of your lies. I can't allow you to destroy the skull, priest of Mara. Then you leave me no choice. We fought to the last. I knew Varen and Thoric. They were my friends. Is this punishment for my past? Is it Mara's will to torment me so?
We had no choice.
Yes, you're right. If they needed to die so that Dawnstar could live, then it was worth the price. It's time. The skull must be destroyed. If you'll stand back, I'll perform the ritual granted to me by Lady Mara. First, an incantation to remove the barrier. I call upon you, Lady Mara. The skull hungers. It yearns for memories and leaves nightmares in its wake. Grant me the power to break through this barrier, to send the skull to the depths of oblivion.
He's deceiving you. When the ritual's complete, the skull will be free, and then Arender will turn on you. Quickly, kill him now. Kill him and claim the skull for your own. Vermina commands you.
Forgive me if I don't appear relieved. This temple has taken its toll on me.
So we're done then.
Yes. The skull has been destroyed, and Dawnstar is safe. I'd constructed a meager shrine to Mara in the antechamber where we entered. My intention was to spend the rest of my years here, burying the past and praying for forgiveness. But instead, I wish to offer my services to you. If you ever wish to journey with me, I'll be here.
Thank you.
There's no need to thank me. What you did was for the people of Dawnstar. If anyone should be thanked, it should be you.
If you guys ever done with this quest. So from here we're going to go east. You'll find the helm of Winterhold and Patea's flute, and then south and attend the banquet feast. We'd like to retrieve Lydia somehow. She's probably back at my home, back at Bree's home in Whiterun. No, here she is again. I guess we're ready.
It's not that bad. They're going to here in search of Patea's flute and the helm of Winterhold.
You read that one. We're just gonna leave this book alone.
Spell looks dangerous. Spell looks.
Really interesting. Interesting. A lot of powerful spells there. I think I might try using one of them. I'll change my summoning spell to Pride of Hearsay here. Pride of Hearsay. Summons a bear for 60 seconds wherever the caster is pointing. Resists 50% frost damage for 60 seconds. Health regenerates 50% faster for 60 seconds. That's the bear. And I've got health regeneration and frost resistance also. I'm going to see where that goes. Other interesting ones. This will let me swim unharmed in freezing cold water. That's fairly interesting. I happen to have all these already, so I'm just gonna throw them out. Helm of Winterhold, and a Penteus flute. The empty warhammer is worth a great deal. Guess he's cleared this place and we're ready to leave. The horse should be up there. Getting back to my horse is going to be difficult. There. We're going now here to the vault in the sightless pit.
All right, hand over your valuables, or I'll gut you like a fish.
Walk away, right now.
Nice try, but you don't scare me. I'm not going to ask again.
I'd rather die.
Then I guess that's your last request, fool.
It's been as formidable, but expensive. So I'm going to go back to my Tomb Guardian. Here, go in here. Sightless pit. Then I'll teleport it over here. I think we've actually cleared this place before, and now we're just looking for the vault for some reason. I guess it's here. Oh, I forgot to demonstrate my difficulty level. Legendary, survival mode on. Temple of Zerub. We're going down here to the abandoned cave. Hopefully we'll find this vault somewhere.
Someone live? Death comes for that. You can never truly stop Only a fool tries to kill the dead. I will return.
Does someone live among the dead? No one hides from the dead.
I offer you eternity. Prophetic portal. Does someone live among the dead?
Vault. Thing is difficult. I have to find this vault, but I don't know where it is. Legends Law. The cargo of the caravans for delivery appeared to hold the missing tools of Kagermak, Sunder, and Wraithguard. Apparently the items were transferred to Dwemer drones and taken to a vault in a sightless pit. If I open the door, I can take this attunement crystal I found and use it to unlock the vault. Objectives. Enter the vault in the sightless pit. Where is this vault? I don't actually know. Here, maybe. Find a way to open the vault gates. Restore steam. I think I got the right valve. Lydia might like that. You might like this one too. Yeah, I think we're ready to leave. We're ready to wrap up for today. Lydia seems to have vanished. I think I might squeeze in time to go to Winterhold and return this home. That's to the Jarl, I believe.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, Ephraim?
Courier will be the first to tell you that if it weren't for that college, we'd all be better off. I agree with him.
Courier wants this helm.
My job is to serve the Jarl, not waste time to...
I don't care how many colleges they build, or how much the sea swallows up. I'll outlast them all.
I have the helm of Winterhold.
Can you believe that this hold used to contend for the throne of the High King? Now, perhaps others will listen. Here, your reward is promised. You have Winterhold's thanks.
Anything else you need, my Jarl?
There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title, mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my Thane.
It'd be an honor.
Good luck to you.
I've helped your people.
Then by my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Winterhold. I grant you this weapon from the armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify the guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble now.
Because I'd rather see you trying to keep my only brother from drinking himself to death.
Drinking?
All right then.
Not today.
We hit our blade of Winterhold.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
If there's anything you need, just let me know. If you've business with the college, you're welcome to stay here. It's where most of our business comes from, in fact.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
I'd like to rent a room.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
You're somehow my roommate. I don't know how.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Game is a little peculiar. Soul Stealer. Bound weapon cast soul trap on target. Hopefully that'll apply to my bound arrows. And that can fill my soul gems with just about anything I kill.
Colleges they build. Or how much the sea swallows up. I'll outlast them all.
Alright, I'm gonna stop here. Happen to be out of time. I'm gonna save and read a couple of books. Appears that I've got nothing here. I'll summon the goat then.
If there's anything you need, just let me know.
I'll read the Enchanted Primer and Fae Falcon to you. A primer on enchanting by Sergio Turianus. Enchanting was raised to a fine art by the wizards of the Arcane University. Sadly, some of the nuances of this skill were lost when the Imperial City was aside. Yet we are not without capability. This text will cover only the basics of enchanting. It is but a primer for students of the College of Winterhold. Before a weapon or a bit of armor can be enchanted, the wizard must first learn the enchantment is a personal task. Enchantments cannot easily be passed from one mage to another. They must be understood at a primal level. They can only be achieved by destroying an enchanted item and absorbing its nature. The arcane enchanter is specifically designed for this task. Merely place an enchanted item in the device and will it to relent. The magic will flow into the mage, imbuing him with the knowledge of how the enchantment is formed. The utter destruction of the enchanted item is the unavoidable consequence of this process. Items that already have enchantment cannot be enchanted further, so choose carefully when you enchant a blade or helmet. Before beginning enchantment, make sure you have a filled soul gem. The enchantment will use the soul as a source of power. Place the item in the soul gem on the arcane enchanter. Concentrate on the enchantment. The device will meld the two together, enchanting your weapon or armor. Armor enchantments are permanent and do not need to be charged or powered. The reasons for this are not known. Some in the college have postulated that the wearer contributes small amounts of his own energy to keep the armor enchanted. Others say it is just the will of madness that it works that way. Regardless of the reason, enchanted armor and clothing never wear out. Weapon enchantments are a different story. They solely use up the soul energy in them until they are depleted. The enchantment remains, but a filled soul gem must be used to recharge the weapon. Perhaps it is the destructive nature of the weapon enchantment that makes it deplete. One intriguing theory is that the soul leaks out a little at a time into the victims that the weapon harms. As an novice enchanter, the reason is immaterial. At first you'll find that your enchantments require a lot of the soul energy. As you become more skilled, you can achieve the same effect with less and less soul energy, so practice your lessons and pay heed to your masters in the magical arts. Our next book is Fae Falcon 2. Fae Falcon, Book 2 by Wogan Jarth. After the test had been given and Von Guldak and Taxam had demonstrated their knowledge of elementary conjuration, the great sage told them that they were free to enjoy the day. The two lads, who most afternoons fidgeted through their lessons, refused to leave their seats. You told us that after the test you'd tell us more of your tale about the scribe and his enchanted quill, said Taxam. You already told us about the scribe, how he lived alone in his battle with the temple secretary over the bulletin he scripted for posting, and how he suffered from the crimson plague and couldn't speak when he left off. His messenger boy just had his master's quill, and chanted for the spirit of a danger named Faith Falcon, added von Goldock to aid the great sage's memory. As it happens with the great sage, I was thinking about a nap. However, the story does touch on some issues with natures of spirit, and thus is related to conjuration, so I'll continue. Tharbad began using the quill to write the temple bulletin, and there was something about the slightly lopsided, almost three-dimensional quality of the letter that Tharbad liked a lot. Into the night, Tharbad put together the Temple of R.L.'s bulletin. For the moment he watched over the page with the Faith Falcon quill, it became a work of art, an illuminated manuscript crafted of gold, but with good, simple and strong vernacular. The sermon excerpts read like poetry, despite being based on the archpriest's workmanlike exhortation of the banal of the Lessian doctrine. In the obituary, the two of the temple chief benefactors were stark and powerful. Pitifully mundane death transitioned into world-class tragedy. Tharbad worked the magical palette until he nearly fainted from exhaustion. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a day before deadline, he handed the bulletin to Gorgos for him to carry to Alfier, the temple secretary. As expected, Alfier never wrote back to compliment him or even comment on how early he had sent the bulletin. It didn't matter. Tharbad knew it was the best bulletin the temple had ever posted. At 1 o'clock on Sundays, Gorgos brought him many messages. The bulletin today was so beautiful when I read it in the vestibule. I'm ashamed to tell you I wept copiously, wrote the archpriest. I don't think I've ever seen anything that captured Ariel's glory so beautifully before. The cathedral of the first hold pale in comparison. My friend, I prostrate myself for the greatest artist since Galileo. The archpriest was, like most men of the cloth, given to hyperbole. Tharbad was happy with the compliment, and more messengers followed. All the temple elders and 33 of the parishioners, young and old, had all taken the time to find out who wrote the bulletin and how to get a message to congratulate him, and there was only one person they could go through for that information: Alfier. Imaging the dragon lady besieged by his admirers filled Tharbad with positive glee. He was still in a good mood the next day when he took the ferry to his appointment with his healer, Telemitia. The old was new, a pretty red-guard woman who tried to talk to him even after he gave her the note reading, "My name is Tharbad Huzak, and I have an appointment with Telemitia for 11 o'clock. Please forgive me for not talking, but I have no voice box anymore." "Has it started raining yet?" she asked her. The diviner said it might. Tharbad frowned and shook his head angrily. Why was it that everyone thought that mute people liked to be talked to? Did soldiers who lost their arms like to be thrown balls? It was undoubtedly not a purposely cruel behavior, but Tharbad still suspected that some people just liked to prove they weren't crippled too. The examination itself was routine hard. Telemitia performed the regular invasive torture, all the while chatting. You just try talking once in a while. That's the only way to see if you're getting better. If you don't feel comfortable doing it in public, you can try practicing it by yourself, said Telemitia. Knowing your face, you wouldn't ignore her advice. Try sticking in the bath. They'll probably find you don't sound as bad as you think. Tharbad left the examination with the promised test results in a couple of weeks. On the ferry ride back home, Tharbad began thinking of next week, temple bulletin, with about a double border around the last Sunday's offering plate announcement, putting the sermon in two columns that if one might have an interesting effect. It was almost unbearable to think that he couldn't get started on it until Alfier sent him information, which he did. It was with the note, "Last bulletin, a little better. Next time, don't use the word fortuitous in place of fortunate. The words are not, if you look them up, synonymous." In response, Tharbad almost followed Telemitia's advice by screaming and sending to that Gorgos. Instead, he drank a bottle of cheap wine, composed, and sent a suitable reply and fell asleep on the floor. The next morning, after a long bath, Tharbad began work on the bulletin. His idea for putting a light shading effect on the special announcement section had an amazing textural effect. Alfier had always hated the extra decoration added to the border, but using a Faith Falcon quill, it looked strangely powerful and majestic. Gorgo came to him with a message from Alfier at that very moment, as if in response to the thought. Tharbad opened it up. Instantly said, "I'm sorry." Tharbad kept working. Alfier's note he put from his mind, sure he would soon follow it up with a complete message. I'm sorry that no one ever taught you to keep right hand and left hand margins the same length. I'm sorry we can't get someone other than a weird old man to scribe for a bullet. It didn't matter what you were talking about. The columns for the sermon notes rose like massive pillars of roses, crowned unashamedly ornate headers. The obituary and birth announcements were framed together with a spherical border, as a heartbreaking declaration of the circle of life. The bulletin was simultaneously both warm and avant-garde. It was a masterpiece. When he sent off to Alfiers late that afternoon, he knew she'd hate it, and was glad. Thorvald was surprised to get a message from the temple unlearned out. Before he read the content, he could tell from the style that it wasn't from Alfiers. He had written Alfiers' usual belligerent slashy style. It wasn't all in Alfiers' usual capital letters, which read like a scream from oblivion. Thorvald, I thought you should know Alfiers is not at the temple anymore. She quit her position yesterday, very suddenly. My name is Vanderthel, and I was lucky enough, let me admit it now, I begged pitifully to be your new temple contact. I'm overwhelmed by your genius. I was having a crisis of faith until I read last week's bulletin. This week's bulletin is a miracle. Enough, I just want to say I'm honored to be working with you. Vanderthel. The response on Sundays after service even astonished Thorvald. The Archpriest attributed the massive increase in attendance and collection plate offerings entirely to the bulletin. Thorvald's salary was quadrupled. Gorgos brought over 120 messages from his adoring public. The following week, Thorvald sat in front of his writing plank, a glass of fine Torvaldi mead at his side, staring at the blank scroll. He had no idea the bulletin his child's second wife bored him. The third-rate sermons of the Archbishop were absolute anathema, and the death and birth of the temple patron struck him as entirely pointless. Blah, blah, he thought, as scribbled on the page. He knew he wrote the letters B-L-A-H, B-L-A-H. The words that appeared on the scroll were a necklace of pearl on a white name. He scrolled a jagged line across the page. It appeared in through that damn beautiful faith Vulcan quill. Glory to Oriel. Thorvald slammed the quill and poetry spilled forth in a stream of ink. He scratched over the page, blotting over everything, and the vanquished words sprang back up in different form, even more exquisite than before. Every doll would splatter caused the document to whirl like a kaleidoscope, revolving together in gorgeous symmetry. There was nothing he could do to ruin the bulletin. Faith Vulcan had taken over. He was a reader, not an author. Now, asked the great sage, what was Faith Vulcan from your knowledge of the school of What was Faith Vulcan from your knowledge of the school of conjuration? What happened next? Cried Von Gul'Dai. First, tell me what Faith Vulcan was, and then I'll continue the story. You said it was a danger to talk to them, and it seemed to have something to do with artistic expression. Was Faith Vulcan a servitor of Azura? But the scribe may have been imagining all this, said Von Gul'Dai. Perhaps Faith Vulcan is a servitor of Shogurat, then he's gone mad. Or the quill's writing makes everyone who views it, like all the congregation at the Temple of Oriel, go mad. Her man's Mora is the danger of knowledge, and her scene is the danger of the wild, and the danger of revenge is Boethia, Hunter talks to him, and then he smiled. Faith Vulcan is a servitor of Classicus vile, isn't it? Very good, said the great sage. How did you know? It's his style, said Toxin. Assuming he doesn't want the power of the quill now that he has it. What happens next? I'll tell you, said the great sage, and continued the tale. Alright, we're done then. I'll come back on Monday at 9 o'clock a.m. and continue to 2 p.m., but I'm done for today. I'm David from Larkin. That's all for now.